Good morning. We're back. We're back in Kerbal Space Program. This is kind of wild. I haven't played Kerbal Space Program in quite a while. Because the last file was borked. The problem was mostly the community contracts were kind of bugged and having deadlines that were not shown. So I was losing money left and right because of that, and it was getting very frustrating. I got rid of those tourism contracts mostly. And now we're back with a brand new file, starting afresh. I might have added a few mods. A lot of mods. I've added a lot of mods. Whoops. I've added a lot of mods. Alright, let's see if the game cooperates today. It seems like it's going to cooperate today. Hey! And start new. Actually, yeah. We're starting afresh. Completely starting afresh. I should have uploaded my own logo in here. Actually, you know what? I'll take a second to do that. I should look that up. So, where's the directory for that? $512 by 256. Okay. I'm pretty sure I've got an image I could do with that. If I really quickly open GIMP, I could probably do something. Let's make this mission our own, shall we? Just gonna get back off of that for now. We're still gonna do career mode, so that bit is clearly not gonna be a problem. Where's my... that one. Yeah. Should be, so this should be a 2-to-1 ratio. So let's see here. Canvas size. What's 480 times 2? 960. that, and then I delete that, and then delete that, and then say new layer. I do something like this. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty good. I think we've got a nice little flag going now. Yeah, that looks good. All right, cool. Now let's just find which folder to throw that in. That shouldn't be too long. How about... Austrian Pater, long time ago you have tried to make a rocket, accidentally destroyed my neighbor's house with it. Seems legit. Seems absolutely legit. I got you. Alright, so where is the flag directory? It's in my install. I don't know if I could do that while the game's open, though. Kerbals. Then if I go to... Where is that folder? Resources? No. Or is it directly in the save file? If it's directly in the save file, that makes no sense. Oh well. Logs, mission. Is it there? Just want you to give me the freaking path. Okay. CTT. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reload the game. I'm gonna have to reload the game just to load a custom flag. That's always fun. But hey. I think it's worth it. Because we're starting afresh. Anyway, we might as well. Let's force a reload here. And then we're gonna get back into it. And that should be, if I didn't mess this up, that should work just fine. It's gonna take a minute because there's a lot of mods. But plus having a clean restart, never a bad thing. If my OBS wants to capture, that'd be great. There we go. So yeah, 5,514 patches, up from the 1,000 or so I had before. I installed a few extra mods. We got real solar system now. We got well, a bunch of texture packs, mostly. Contract packs, parallax, scatterer. Some extra parts too. B9 and some plain stuff which I haven't really played with on stream in years. And I haven't done real solar system in years either, so I don't remember shit. I'm gonna have to figure that one out on the fly. I'm basically relearning the game. Got a new community tech tree as well. That should be fun. That loaded faster than I expected, actually. Wow. And I say that as it freezes. Yeah. Yep, that seems legit. There we go. There we go. New game. Look at that. I got my 2 flags now. Could have just a little raven icon, or I could go for the full flag. I'm gonna go for the full flag, I think. And I'll be able to use the little raven icon on the rockets themselves if I want to. Thank you, I got it. But even more importantly, if we go to the tracking station, we're gonna see that this place is a bit different now. This is Earth. So there's a bit of extra difficulty going on here, because first thing I notice, our space center is not on the equator. It is not on the equator at all. So if we're going to say the moon, I'm gonna have to time my I'm gonna have to time my takeoffs. That should be a lot of fun. Alright, let's just make our first little rocket. This is career mode, so we're starting completely fresh. Music is a bit loud. Music is a bit loud right now. Okay. So, simple as going into the VAB. Yep. Actually, have a look here. Command, blah. You've got a decoupler. You don't. So, I'm better off with that. I'll do just the one little. Simple as that, really. That gives me a thrust to weight ratio of 31.08. That feels very fast. Morning, pricks. That feels very fast. So I'm gonna turn it down to about 50%. Actually, no, you know what? I'm not gonna. We need some entertainment, don't we? Okay. And parachute. Probably a decent idea. What mod am I playing? Quite a lot. I've got RSS on. I've got random names for Kerbals. I've got all of these. Quite a lot of mods. I've added quite a few since the last time we played this game. It's just I removed the ones that were making the game super unstable and the broken contract packs that were ruining the experience, and my budget, those I've gotten rid of. Oh my god, we got Clarence Parker here, and look at his friggin' mustache. We got a new Billy Bobford in the making right now. Well, not much left to do. Let's just go. Oh, that's fast. Yep, that's real fast. And, a bit out of control. Could you? There we go. I mean, we made it to 3 kilometers, with a lot of flips. I want to make the game as hard as I can. The problem before was not that the game was too hard, it's that it was broken. I think I know what I think I have enough skill at this game to be able to figure some stuff out. Not, you know, I'm not a freaking astrophysicist. But I've got enough of a brain to figure some stuff out as I go. So starting with a career mode, starting really small, and then crashing a lot, and destroying a lot of things, and then figuring things out, is it's kind of part of the process, isn't it? And then I'll figure things out. I've also got mods that give me information about, you know, things like... on the tracking station before, we could see, like, it was telling me that the atmosphere was now 140 kilometers. So I can adapt to that. There we go. And now we're back home. So, first flight. It's a little bit out of control, but I would call it a complete success. Got 14 science out of that. If we go here, I got the new community tech tree as well. So we got a lot more to do. So if I go, what is this? Engineering 101. That's a stack decoupler. Okay. Ejection force 150. That feels like a lot. Solid burn time. Okay. TD12 decoupler. Good. Couple of little antennas and, even more importantly, a thermometer. Communitrons. Okay, I can unlock this first tier. So already I'm going to have some equipment, some scientific equipment that should allow me to bring back some science. So let's go back and let's go for rocket number 2. So this thing can now just go away. We're going to... Interesting. And I also even got my own little flag here. Although for these I can actually use... that one. Yeah, that kind of looks better. Okay. Let's see here. I mean, I should probably stick a parachute on top of this thing to begin with. And then we're going to figure out everything else. I'll have my other pilot fly this one. I've got some liquid fuel tanks, but I don't have any liquid engines yet. Well, that should be pretty fantastic. There are big old stack decouplers and... Oh, these are SRBs. Okay, I was wondering why it was talking about SRBs and things. Okay, these are basically retro SRBs to make sure the shit separates away from me. I don't think I need that. I think it's extra weight that I don't want to deal with right now. Didn't I have, like, yeah, mystery goo and thermometers and info drives and things? Okay, let's start gearing up. So I'll have one of these over there. And a thermometer on the other side. I'll have a mystery goo. Mystery goos actually weigh something, so I'll have 2 of them. Balance it out. What does this do? Is that an experiment? It is not an experiment. So I think we don't need that. Okay. The problem is, right now we're on nothing but SRBs. So let's say I got a little flea again. But I was completely out of control before because this thing doesn't... This thing has a decoupler, but it doesn't have... Yeah, this thing has a decoupler, but it doesn't have a reaction wheel. This thing does have a reaction wheel, at least it should. Yes, it does. So already I should have a bit more control. Hopefully. What if I decided to stack a few of these? For giggles. Let's say just 2, just to see how it behaves. And as I predicted, that was way too fast. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to limit the throttle a bit on this. I'm going to drop it to about 50%. Same for you. Just to try to retain some form of control. All right. Let's see if we can fly this thing. Look at that freaking champ again. Oh, yes, I do have a mod that adds mustaches to Kerbals, because obviously that exists. I had to. Ah, I see my mistake. The wrong engine fired. Well, at least it wasn't completely catastrophic. Just a classic staging mistake. I mean, I could get a mystery goo from here. There you go. Let's grab that. And, yeah, okay, already stored. So it's storing stuff. You don't hear any game volume? So it's not capturing sound. Oh, because we restarted the game. Crap. Okay, well, we'll see. Okay, I'm gonna stage now, and I think the sound should capture. If I stage the parachutes now. Yeah, that definitely came in. I saw it on OBS. There we go. Just the stage sound should have come through. And just to confirm that it works, you should be able to hear the parachutes deploy once we get back down. Made it to 56 kilometers. So, already just, you know, being able to point this thing in the right direction is already going to help a decent amount. Got a first milestone. Okay. And stage destroyed. Yeah. The other problem, well, problem. It's not really a problem. It's mostly because the whenever I start the game. There we go. Whenever I start the game, I have to make sure that my software captures it properly. And just so I have a volume slider on my streaming software, I have to use a couple shenanigans here to be able to control the volume of the game versus my voice versus the music. I'm kind of plugging everything into a sound mixer, and the sound mixer wasn't picking it up until I reset it. Pretty. These lights are very pretty. I like it. And we're just gonna splash down. That should deploy any moment now. There we go. And just as we splash down, I'll take the other mystery goo. Yeah, because we got the crew report. But the mystery goo we kind of have to trigger manually. There we go. 45 science. And a decent amount of money. So let's see here. Survivability is... We got a press mat, a barometer. That should give me... some more stuff. We got some landing struts in there. I got 45 science. I could do exactly this second tier. So... Ooh, actually no. Because these are more expensive. Crap. I mean, winglets are never bad. And a protective shell. Radial decouplers. Okay. Only thing I haven't unlocked yet are liquid engines. So we're going to have to keep going on SRBs for a second. But if I don't mess up my staging this time... then I should be able to fly this thing without it exploding. Maybe. Still gonna add more boosters, because this is Kerbal Space Program. This is what we do. I'm thinking... It's a couple of pairs of... I go for hammers, because they burn for longer, but I'm going to have to heavily thrust limit them. So if I do like that, so these, and then that, and then this. Okay, so that can fire there. Why does it say 4? No, it shouldn't be 4. It should be 2. Why? Okay. Game has decided it does not want to cooperate right now. That should be 2. There we go. And then engines, and then hammer. Like that. Okay. Those I'm going to throw down to like 20%. What's my TWR here? 198. Okay, I can actually boost it up a bit. 30%. If I do that again... No, not 4. 2. Like that. I could probably use that as separate stages. As long as I could keep this thing pointed up. So first the couplers to go are going to be these ones. So these engines should be the first ones to go. That one should fire there. 175296. Okay, yeah, this should fly. In theory, this should fly. So, just gonna throw some nose cones on these things for aerodynamic purposes, and we have stage recovery on. So I'm gonna want a barometer for obvious scientific purposes. Pretty sure I didn't even catch the mystery goo from the launch pad itself. I'm probably going to want to do that. And, yeah, parachutes. So, for these things, like a single parachute on these little boosters should be more than enough. Just like that, and then no, not. I'm gonna waste that little center stage, but the hammers I should be able to recover. Ah, too many parts. Too many parts or too heavy? Too heavy. This is too heavy. Alright. So we're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna line these up to be there. Still want some winglets on. That feels like a half decent prototype. Gives me a thrust to weight ratio of just under 3. I should be able to keep this thing relatively under control. So I thought I had something else with the I'm gonna have to go see at the astronaut complex. I think I have something to rename Kerbals. Because that man is the new Billy Bob for Kermit if I've ever seen one. I mean, look at that glorious mustache. Music is still a bit loud. There we go. Alright, let's see if I am right here and if I can control this thing. I can actually hide the engineer right now. I'll keep the control bar up there. That's always useful, but I'll just keep an eye on fuel and electric charge and things. Alright. Here we go. There we go. Nice and controlled. Probably still going a bit too fast. As long as I can keep it pointed up, though. Seems to be going where I want it to go. We're going to exit the atmosphere at this pace. Atmospheric pressure. We're officially in space now, I think. In space! We made it out of the, of the atmosphere. Ooh. Yeah, that's a pretty big hop. Oh, wow, there's so many possible ground stations, too. Okay, now the question is, am I going to be able to re-enter without killing myself? I'm expecting that answer to be a resounding no. But hey. Did get a few milestones. Altitude records and land distance records and things. And a few achievements. Very nice. Should probably point this thing surface. And yeah, we're just gonna... How far did I make it? Couple... Yeah, 1.4 thousand kilometers. Very, very nice. So we're just gonna fall back down. There we go. Entering atmosphere. I am keeping that SRB mostly as a heat shield right now because I have no idea. This is the moment where I want to have a look at the heat, at the thermal stuff here. Because we're coming in very, very, very fast. A lot faster than I'm comfortable with when it comes to re-entry speed. At least compared to base game. 4,500 meters per second is... in my opinion, way too fast without a heat shield. But, hey. We're more likely going to be re-entering at like 5.5, maybe even 6, so... yeah, just about 6,000. Alright. It's heating up. Uh-oh. 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 It flipped on me. Okay. I ditched the other engine just to shed some weight here, and so I could turn this thing around. There we go. I lost the mystery goo. Sadly. And we fell back down real fast. That was extremely steep, it seems. So we made it mostly safely. Kind of. I was able to recover that stage. There we go. Being able to recover some parts, it's already going to be useful, because That should help me keep my budget under some form of control. There we go. And, you know, we're gathering science is the whole time we're going, so 99 science. Fan-frickin-tastic. Alright. So now liquid engines. Beautiful. Fuel tank adapters. Oh, that's a frickin'... Yeah, that's a Bulldog engine. And a 909. Okay, yeah. They've renamed these to their, like, real-life counterparts. It's gonna take a little bit of adapting. Yeah, but those LR87s are... I use these a lot, usually. So... that's going to be very useful. And what else do we have? Flight control. Guessing extra reaction wheels and things. SAS reaction wheel, mounted air brakes. Okay, so... enhanced survivability. There's nothing there. Oh, just increasing survivability of our pilots. That's not essential. That's not necessary right now. Basic science, though. JSI, radial mount, camera. Ooh, okay. Battery, Science Junior, okay. Couple of high gain antennas. Engine and general construction. What do we have here? Yeah, tombstones for... in order to mourn our dead. Crew cabins, so we can now start bringing some passengers. Big old flag. KSP time indeed, Toctic. I restarted. This is a brand new career. I've got real solar system mod installed though. And restarting from nothing with the brand new community tech tree, which is gigantic. And we just made our first 3 flights. Suborbital, although we did reach space on that last one. And almost exploded on re-entry because this mod is treacherous. So now I have a couple of options. I got 79, so I can afford one of these. So it's either general construction, storage locker, clamps, adapters, more decouplers. I don't think I need more decouplers right now. Mostly because I don't have big enough engines to warrant bigger decouplers. Like that general rocketry. Oh, I've actually got one of these, the FL200. How big are these? I wish it would just tell me like the profile size here in the description. If it's a 1 1/4 meter or a 2.5. We just got liquid fuel engines finally. I think we're gonna go for basic science. I need to start accumulating science faster. Well, not faster, but more experiments. If we go back here, this is what we reach space with. What do we have here? A Probodyne Stay Putnik. That's our first drone core, isn't it? so I can now test without risking the life of our pilots. That seems like a sensible thing. That seems like a sensible thing to do. Kind of. Built-in batteries should keep it going for about 10 minutes. Yeah, that's not gonna be... But I do have those batteries. Okay, I might... alright. Let's start afresh. I'm gonna run with one of these. We got ads, but I'm just building up here, so... I'm just gonna... kind of ignore that. We got separation boosters now. Ooh, interesting. Alright. And finally, we got rocket fuel. Ooh, these are big. Either these are big or the probe core is really small. Either or. Probe core is really small. Got it. Okay, center of mass, blah, blah, blah. Oh, this thing doesn't have reaction wheels. This is gonna go horribly wrong. No. I'm better off with this, because I need SAS. Otherwise, there's no way I can point this thing in the right direction. Multifunction display. I have no idea what these do. These radio mounts cameras. But I'm kind of curious now. Okay. More importantly, science equipment. Alright. I want a science junior. And I want a heat shield. Because last time, our stuff almost exploded. Okay. Now, let's mount our science equipment here. So, I need my engineering system. Throw that there. I need some mystery goos that I'm going to throw up here. 2 of them. I'll probably want some extra parachutes because we're carrying a bit of extra weight now. These are pretty hefty. But actually, the drogue chutes are quite small. If I go a pair of drogue chutes like that, that should work pretty nicely. And then I go for thermometer, barometer. I just want one of these. No need to block the door. Okay. Let's stick a launcher under this thing. So, TD-12 right there with a bottom dome. Really? I mean, if I had fuel lines, I could see it. But, alright. Wow, that looks terrible. Ooh, Titan red though. I could see through my rocket. That is a bit concerning. But there we go. Problem solved. Ah. Wow, the hitboxes on these is completely messed. There we go. This is fine. This is fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. So, which one is which here? Thrusts 1271, 443. So that's the 30, that's the 45. Yeah, that's the bigger one. We're gonna go for this little dude. Wow, I'm actually gonna have to offset everything here to make it look even halfway decent. No, there we go. Get back there. That looks about right. Okay. And I'm gonna want some winglets. That gives me some gimbal. Some. I remove these. I could clone that, because if it's all offset weird, I'm gonna want to reuse. Do I just go like this? Actually, yes, I am just gonna go like this, because I haven't taken Mystery Goo or material readings from the launchpad itself. Which is just free science I should absolutely take. So, material study. Grab that. Mystery Goo. Grab that. EVA out. Grab that. Get back in. Ooh. Yeah, look at that. Got new interiors and things too. That's really pretty. We're just going to recover that one right away. Just, you know, get all the science from the launchpad itself. There we go. That's another 72 science. Actually, it brings me back up to 72, which means I can have one more item here. Reaction wheels feel like a great idea, but there's also more boosters. And this is Kerbal Space Program. Let's be honest, we're gonna go for more boosters. It has to be more boosters. In true Jeremy Clarkson fashion. So now that I can actually just ditch, because I now have a bigger fuel tank. Still looks awful. In thrust we trust. Exactly, Toctic, you got this. Ooh, this is a slightly bigger profile here. And we got cryogenic fuel tank. What is that? Liquid hydrogen. Oh. Cryogenic fuels evaporate over time if uncooled. Okay, so to be able to run with that, that would be... I am guessing... I'm guessing that if I want to run with one of these, I would need radiators and things, like, to make sure it stays as cool as we can make it. I also see this thing, and this thing actually doesn't look awful. So that Ooh. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Now that's starting to look like a rocket. Nope. Get back here. There we go. Engines. I mean, I could throw like one of these. LR-87. That thing has stupid amount of thrust. Let's go for this instead. The fact that Kerbal Engineer does not give me a TWR right now is a little concerning. I'm not gonna lie. Is it just not detecting my engine? Okay, when a 105, I got a thrust weight of just under 2. So... And I'm pretty damn sure that this thing has less thrust than this. Yes, it does. But it looks better. And, you know, liquid fuel. I actually have control over this thing. So if I'm not completely stupid about this, I should be able to... Oh, actually, I'm very surprised I didn't hit the weight limit yet, because I still have, like, the very, very basic launch pad. Alright, I should just throw... I think I should just fly it like this, and just throw some winglets on there, and keep it at that. I should throw some parachutes on that lower stage, too. If I want to recover that, that should save me quite a lot of money. Those radial mount cameras, I have no idea what they do, but I'm curious. Actually, yeah. I have no idea if they do anything, but for the giggles. And then I do, okay, let's say radial mounts. Bleh. 4 drogues, 4 actual parachutes. Right there. Everything deploys as soon as I ditch it. That's about as good as I'm gonna get for now. Let's go. Ooh. Ah, crap. Too many parts. 36 out of 35. Okay, I'll just cut off 2 of the drogue chutes, and that'll do just fine. Look at that absolute friggin' beauty. Okay. I should be able to kind of gravity turn right away on this thing. And as long as I keep my thrust under relative control. Ah! I see my issue now. That engine needs a different type of fuel than what I've built it with. That mod does have like a whole bunch of different types of fuel that I did not even check. So, what does this thing need to fly? Electric charge, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Propellant. Aerozine 50. NTO. No idea what that does. Can I change these fuel tanks for that? Ah, it's these tanks. So, if I just switch that over... Yeah, now I actually have a thrust away. So it wasn't glitched. It was really just... It wasn't glitch. It was actually giving me good information here in that, yes, it would not fly with that engine because I didn't have any fuel for it. AZ50 and NTO. There we go. Still got a thrust weight ratio of about 2.25, just under. So should be able to do a good takeoff with that. It's gonna be, you know, a bit slow in plotting, but it should be relatively under control, which is what I'm looking for right now, because I would rather not explode. Yet. There we go, we're flying. Just gonna go for a... We're just gonna drift that one like a boss. So maybe I should not have gravity turned right away. Okay, I'm gonna grab that because I didn't have one yet. There we go. Grab that because I didn't have one yet. Actually, I did. So, reset. I mean... We're gaining height. We're flying. We're mostly under control. We're not flying very straight, but... Well, actually, we are flying quite straight. I don't need to overcorrect it now. It just goes. Okay. I'm keeping an eye on where we are in the atmosphere. We're actually quite high in the atmosphere, so I can start kind of getting some good lateral speed here. But the atmosphere is a lot thicker than... Okay, we're going to exit atmosphere, so... Because in this mod it's 140 kilometers rather than the usual 70. Okay, I'm not going to be able to reach orbit, but... It's going to give me like a nice... A very nice flight path here. And I'm keeping this fairly horizontal, so my re-entry should be nice and shallow. I mean, it's not going to reach orbit, but it's going to be decently close. Because, like, yeah, I don't even have access to maneuver nodes yet, because we're still too much at the beginning. Yeah, just going to keep... Point this thing up and keep boosting as I'm re-entering as I'm close to re-entering atmosphere. Might as well burn some of my remaining fuel. I'll keep a bit of fuel so that when we actually re-enter atmosphere, I'll just point this thing back and burn just to limit my re-entry speed. Okay. Right now, in terms of heat, I'm not... Well, it's starting to heat up, but it's not bad. I'm pulling a lot of G's right now. But it's fine. Everything's fine. There it goes. Just bled out. Well over a kilometer per second. 2 kilometers per second just gone. There we go. And now, heat shield. Beautiful. Okay, that's about as clean a re-entry as I could have hoped here. Oh, crap. Nope. Stop doing flips on me. You're not pointing the way I want you to. Nope, that's the wrong button. I should not do that. So, it turns out I need much stronger reaction wheels than what I have just to be able to keep this thing pointed the right way. But we had bled enough speed. We had bled enough speed that it was fine. But that very much tells me that very much tells me that I am gonna have to be a lot more careful than I usually am with my re-entries. Just toasting marshmallows on the hull. Yeah, this is fire. Literally, this is fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. I mean, look. Just look at Clarence down here. A man with that facial hair, you know, is gonna be the best pilot ever made. Like, it's just, it's fact. It's just fact. This man knows what the hell he's doing. Okay, drogue chutes have actually deployed, and now we're getting the actual chute just about now, with a weirdly appropriate soundtrack as we go for a splashdown. I should also probably wait for daytime on my next launch, because all of our launches so far have been at night, and it would be kind of fun to see what the hell I'm doing. I've been relying on instruments more than anything else right now, but being able to eyeball things would probably be useful. Yes, we were able to get stage recovery. That's cool. Yeah, got the EV tested. Alright. We're building up to, very soon, being able to get to orbit. Strut connector crew cabins, that could be useful. Reaction wheels, though. Yeah, I need reaction wheels. That last re-entry showed me that I deeply, deeply need reaction wheels. I also deeply, deeply need to upgrade this launch pad. So now I can actually support more weight, but my VAB is still too small to be able to build bigger than what I have. I need to start making money. Okay. Or I need to start simplifying this rocket to get the part count down. Which is the other option. Or start grabbing some field research, parts testing, and things. Okay. These part testing contracts can usually kind of work as long as I can keep control over the because you always have to be, yeah, like that one, escape trajectory from Earth. Like, I can't build big enough for that yet. T2 solid rocket separation booster. Need to be at that exact altitude, between 280 and 290. Surveys, field research, and things. Perform experiments around KSC. So, Mystery Goo. Near the SPH, near the tracking station. Just KSC in general, Crawler Way. Gotta go to driving school. Alright, Fricks. I'll see you later. Alright, I'm gonna back out of this. Do I have anything with wheels? If I can make myself like a little car, then this becomes fairly easy. I don't have any wheels. The other option would be to refly the same ship I just flew, but gravity turn the other way. By gravity turned the other way, then it should give me a bunch of biomes I haven't seen yet. That should give me a decent amount of science and allow me to unlock I'm guessing general construction is going to be the next step, isn't it? Just better decouplers and things. And that should give me a few achievements for like a couple of what's the name I'm looking for? God damn it. Milestones. That's the word. There we go. Sheesh, brain. Come on. That should give me a couple extra milestones, which should give me a bit more money to then upgrade my VAB. So if I fly this thing again, well, let's say point this thing. Like, I turned east last time. I'm going to turn west this time. I know I can relatively control this thing, so... Just slight turn to the west for now. Let's gain a bit of altitude. And once I get to somewhere in the 40s, or just about, I'm going to start turning a lot more aggressively. As long as I stick to that prograde vector, it's actually behaving very nicely. There we go. Now I can actually afford to turn a lot more aggressively. Gonna go almost flat here on the burn. And with a bit of luck, I'll be able to land on the daytime side of things. Earth upper atmosphere. I should wait until I'm in space. There we go. We should splash down. We're gonna splash down in the Pacific. Should be very pretty. There we go. We're definitely in space now, so beautiful. I'll grab one of that. Okay, that one's useless, so let's not take this. The others are getting automatically gathered. Ooh! It's actually giving me, like, full-on Delta V stuff. I still have 3,000 meters of Delta V in this stage. Sheesh. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to get used to these numbers. I'm used to be able to get to Minmus and back for like 8,000. Where right now, this full tank, which was what, 10 grand, 10 to 12 grand or so. I still have 3,500, and I'm probably at around 10%. So 30,000 doesn't even get me into orbit. So this is me needing to rewire my brain for this mod. I'm keeping an eye on my electric charge. Just SAS off and slowly flipping so I don't use too much power. I think I'm fine, though. There we go. Reaction wheels back on. I did not install the extra reaction wheel, though. That's a problem. There we go. Re-entering atmosphere. Beautiful. Ooh, pretty. Very pretty. Alright. Gonna start pulling some G's here just to slow ourselves down. I'll just burn the rest of my fuel just to make our re-entry a bit safer. Yeah, we're pulling well over 30 Gs right now. Our pilot should not be alive. But he is, somehow. So... it's flipping again. Yeah, my reaction wheels are nowhere near strong enough for this kind of re-entry. Well, for a re-entry, in any way. Only thing that prevents me from exploding is I keep some fuel to slow down as I re-enter. Look at that. This is very, very pretty. In the clouds. Oh, I like those. I like that. So I like that a lot. That was very pretty. And that effect, just as we're coming out of the clouds. Yes, I do have modded clouds now. Ooh. And we're coming up just as this is basically sunsets. Forget cloud 1 to 8. The fun starts at cloud 9. I mean, you're not wrong. Grandel, you're not wrong. Alright, we're about to splash down the Pacific here. Wait, where am I? I'm not even seeing myself on the map. Okay, yep, that's, there am I. There I am. I'm hidden in the clouds. That's the disadvantage of clouds, it seems. It hides my ship. Well, we're gonna do a nice, smooth splashdown right there. And, bounce around a bit. And I'm gonna get some mystery goo. There we go. I observed the goo. And, go home. And I flew over a whole bunch of biomes now that I haven't flown before because I went the other direction. So that should give me some science. Yeah. 45 is just enough to unlock a new tier of stuff. It's gonna have to be general construction, isn't it? Clamps and bigger decouplers and fuselages and crew cabins and things. And struts. But that 106,000... Oh, crap. I should have taken aviation. I'm stupid. I should have taken aviation so that way I could have built myself a little plane car thing. Do you know about BlackRock's Patreon volumetric clouds? I have not. No, I have not paid for any of the mods I have installed right now. These must be extremely pretty. Undoubtedly. But yeah, I was stupid. I should have taken the plane. Because that way I could have built myself a little plane car thing. And got all of the science from every module around the KSP here. Because there's a bunch of contracts for that on field research. Like that one. I mean, it's still 30. That's still 30 grand. Like. And quite a lot of science. Okay. But. Because right now our biggest limiter is this freaking VAB. I need to start upgrading this VAB so I can build bigger. Our parts count is very heavily limiting us. It's that or I go for other fuel tanks. Like I go for something smaller like this. It looks awful, but if I offset these to the point where it kind of fits. Never pay for mods. Even $5 for that big of a facelift was totally worth it. I could see that. I could see that. I mean, look. A lot of these modders actually work. It takes some serious work to create a mod. Much less a mod that works. So, I get it. Takes a lot of work. And so sometimes, to make that work worth it, you're going to charge a bit of money. Makes all the sense in the world. So if I go... Okay, that one, I think this one, what I'm going to do with it is I'm going to turn straight north as I take off. Yeah. I'm going to turn that one towards a polar orbit of some kind. Do I have a recolor mod? I think I do. Because there's a few colors in there that I'm not. Yeah, like these one, like the Atlas stuff and the blue is the Boeing one, isn't it? Just another option from the parts themselves, yeah. But Need something a simple Reaper, Paint, or TURD. I've got so many mods at this point that I'm not even sure. I'll be very honest with you, Grendel. Like, I've got a lot of mods installed right now. So, I don't remember that list by heart. Like, it's just... on top of my head right now, I wouldn't even be able to tell. There's a lot. I'm in the 5,000 to 6,000 different modules getting loaded every time I start the game. So okay, if I could throw some AVR 8s like that should give me a lot more control. Well, there was a WASD editor mod for the VAB. Pre-cam movement. Yeah, I've seen that. Don't remember if I got it installed. I think I do. And I got that new contract view too, because the old that freaking window pisses me off. It is so badly structured. I hate it. So I have that instead, and I'll be able to see what I'm doing a bit better once I start taking contracts. Air brakes. No. Reaction wheel. Big reaction wheel. Big reaction wheel. Rotate around the rocket. That wouldn't be possible with WASD. Don't think so. It's worth the... yeah, I'm not gonna test... I don't usually test new mods on stream, because that tends to go horribly wrong. But, probably a thing I'm gonna look at off stream. Okay, we also have stage recovery installed, so I'd really like to be able to recover these external boosters. It is a custom flag. It is my own flag. I made my own flag. Which is just my channel logo, really. And I got two versions of it. I've got this one with no background at all, and my actual official Space Center flag, which is that circle is in white. It's a raven. It's not a vulture. But I've got also the full flag here that I've made is also that one. I've got white circle, crimson background as well for the full flag. But just for icons I want to put on a ship, I prefer the small one. Okay, and then I'm also going to have probably at least 2 parachutes here for this thing. And that one's going to fire there. How heavy is that reaction wheel? What kind of weight are we looking at right now? A 1/10 of a ton. That's basically nothing. Okay. I'm fine. And I'm at exactly 34 parts out of 35. This is as big as I can build right now, unless I ditch winglets or ditch nose cones. I mean, I could ditch nose cones for more fuel. That's kind of tempting. I should also have parachutes that do not fire on the first stage. That would be of use. Probably gain a bit more. What's the mission? It is, well, it is real, it is the real scale solar system. So everything's a lot bigger. And numbers are a lot bigger too. And I'm still kind of relearning. This is kind of forcing me to relearn the game, because like the kind of delta V's I need for escape velocities and just for escape velocities and reaching orbit and things, like at 12,000 delta V, from what I've got here, I might be able to reach orbit. Might. I don't think I will. I think it's still going to be a suborbital flight. So, when usually in the base game, at 12,000, I can very, very easily go mid-miss, land, and twice and back, you know? Okay, I think we're gonna fly it like this. The mission right now is really just get enough milestones and fly over enough biomes to for the milestones, because I need the money to be able to upgrade the VAB. Because right now the parts count that it's limiting me to is really restrictive. So it's very, very limiting to what I can do. So this one I'm just gonna take off and oh, we are wobbly. Why am I wobbling so much? I'm very concerned about the wobbliness. I don't like it. Let's take off right now before it wobbles too much. And I haven't gravity turned towards north yet on this file, so that's what I'm gonna do. Kerosene. Okay, yeah. And yeah, otherwise the mission right now is try not to explode. That's the mission right now. Is just try not to explode. Until I have enough money to upgrade the VAB, at least. So far, this thing is behaving very nicely. It is going where I want it to go. It's still pointing where I want it to point. It's not doing flips on me. There we go. Ditch that. And now I could flatten that trajectory quite a bit. 320. I don't have the tracking station unlocked yet, so that's another factor. So I'm time warping quite slowly right now just to try to keep... Okay. I'm fairly close to apoapsis now. So I can point this thing to about, let's say, there. Trying to drag that vector back towards north. And then I'm going to start boosting. Just gain... Detroit prograde launch profiles. I mean, I don't like to automate my launch profiles. I prefer to be hands-on just because I find it's more fun. And, you know, once my pilot is high enough level, I'll be able to just hit the prograde node in here and just lock onto that. So... There we go. We're making good progress now. Still gaining a bit of altitude. Still... I might just be able to reach North Pole, or close enough. Dominus lock, stay as close to prograde as possible for the whole launch. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on where I want to go. The first launch I did was kind of that, but kind of not. Because I gravity turned way too aggressively at the beginning. I'm still getting used to the gravity here. On this mod, at least. But... usually the first one I do is mostly... trying to point towards prograde as much as I can. Just to try to get as much distance as possible. But because I had gone over the Atlantic on the previous flight, I didn't want to do it this time. I wanted to fly over other biomes so I get more science. So this should give me a flight path right over North Pole. And basically I'm going to be landing in Mongolia, or just about. From what I'm seeing. Actually, I'm probably going to splash down in the Arctic Ocean. I still want to keep a bit of fuel to cushion my re-entry here, because I don't trust this thing to not flip on me. I don't trust this thing to keep pointing in the right direction as I re-enter, despite the extra reaction wheel, which is going to be useful. At about 8K, I should have orbit. Okay, so I'm pretty close. I made it to 7K. So... I made it to 7K in terms of Delta V here. 7.5. But because I went North Pole, I wasted a bit of fuel in terms of, you know, directional steering and things. I got enough, but as I said, right now I don't trust this thing to stay pointed the way I wanted it to point on re-entry. So I'd rather make sure I have a safe re-entry and I can recover everything for this flight. And I get all the science from the North Pole that I just flew over. And even here I could get material study, because that's... Okay, in space near Earth. It's not giving me... The legendary last brain cell. Hello. What timing you decide to just come in as the ads start. Speaking of the ads, I am doing quite good today, thank you, but I am in a bit of a predicament. My coffee's empty, so I'll be back in a minute. You are absolutely right, brain cell. I need my own fuel on top of having rocket fuel on top of playing with rocket fuel right here. Okay. Yes. Yeah, Grendel, I am using the last little bit of fuel I have to decelerate and keep my re-entry safer right now, because I don't trust this thing to keep pointing the right way once we start burning up. Because I haven't tested that new reaction wheel yet. I don't know if it's strong enough. If it is strong enough and behaves the way I want it to, then I'm going to go for full orbit on the next flight. Where the side boosters I had, I'm probably going to replace with SRBs. Just for a bit more oomph. And because I had little liquid boosters, side liquid boosters, those two attached on those side parts, I'm probably going to replace those with Hammer SRBs, launch with that, and then I should be able to make orbit pretty easily. But I want to make sure that this thing can actually re-enter without exploding first. This is very pretty. And I am keeping an eye on thermal readings here. As soon as I hit a thermal percentage around 45-ish, I'm gonna start decelerating using the booster. There we go. What you hear in the back is a synthwave made by White Bat Audio, as you can see on the top left corner of the screen. Oh, come on. Yep. ditch the engine and then turn right around for the heat shield. And yeah, it's White Bat Audio on YouTube. Go and check him out because he makes amazing music. And basically allows people to use his music on streams and on videos as long as you credit him. So, oh, yeah. It is still flipping, but come on, get back there. It is not, okay, it's not behaving the way I want it to at all. Good thing I decelerated, otherwise I would have exploded already. If I had not bled that full kilometer per second of speed on re-entry, I would have exploded right there. I'm pretty sure. So hear a lot of those streaming music stuff while programming. Oh, you're a programmer too. Sweet. The other thing I can think of right now here for this, I'm gonna need to figure out a way to keep this thing pointed the way I want it to. Reaction wheels alone are not enough. It's not working. There we go. Do I have... Nope. The biome doesn't seem to change much right now. It doesn't seem to give me anything new. Yeah, I need background. Yeah, I get it, dude. Look, I'm a programmer too, so I get it, dude. Okay, once we're landed on, because that's going to be taiga biome. We're landing in Russia, Mongolia, China, maybe. Somewhere around there. The clouds do make it a bit hard to figure out. But once I'm landed here, I should be able to have crew report, EVA report, material study, mystery goo from that biome, which should give me a good enough amount of science to build myself a little car-like plane thing for that one mission that allows me to gather info around the space center. Maybe make some flight readings, build a basic little plane. Three green star icon is just an achievement, and it's called the Space Age mod. It's really just giving me a whole history of this career mode, which I think is pretty cool. Just about to land. It's better than the normal log. I prefer it to the normal log. There we go. And now I can actually EVA out. Get back in. And yeah, I also have a mod that allows me to move around and unbuckle in the actual interiors and see all of the interiors and things. I could buckle back in and check everything. Free IVA and the new, those are redesigned interiors, I'm pretty sure. So what do we have in this place? We got board games and snacks and laundry and toothbrushes over there. Tools, science, more science, parts, food, not food. Air. That's a very small container for air. I'm actually kind of surprised that the biggest compartment here is for laundry rather than snacks. And, you know, bringing board games to space, that man has his priorities set straight. I fully agree with this. All right, let's go home. Okay, that gave me 27 science. That is less than I was hoping for. And one of our stages got destroyed. You gotta fit the whole spacesuit, yeah. No life support mod. Because I knew full well that a lot of Kerbals would die if I did that. Good morning, Chow. Okay. Probably shouldn't be hiring anybody right now. I don't have the money to hire anybody right now. Okay. I mean, I could technically just... field research some of that stuff, like just by just walking around on an EVA. I'd rather not. Yeah, I have, I'm pretty sure I had a mod for renaming after chat a while ago, like a long time ago. Not entirely sure I still have it. I don't remember. I got a lot of stuff installed right now. Transfer window calculators. Yeah, there we go. Texture replacers. Alt F. Grendel. Alt F4. Really? Really, dude? Do you think I'm that much of a fool? Hmm? $451. Okay, I could do that for 75, but patch conics visible in the map. There we go, and that one is for off-world EVA surface stuff. Admin building. That's already upgraded. Kerbals can perform EVAs. That might be of use. I might have to start doing... Alright, I might as well take that. That's going to be some money at least for reaching orbit. Couldn't resist the Alt F4 joke. I was just slightly disappointed in you. Earth, flying low, mystery go. Okay. That's a 12 grand I can make pretty easy. Low in space. Alright. So I should try to reach orbit, really, is what's coming up next. No, dude, no, that's not gonna happen. So, what I should be doing now... Okay, I'm not gonna care about stage recovery this time. I need the part count. I need the parts count. And I also need... Okay. I'm gonna ditch these. Air brakes. They deploy that way. I do not want them to deploy that way. I want them to deploy the other way. So, like that. Okay. On pitch and yaw. I've never played with these mounted air brakes, so... alright, we'll figure it out. I don't have access to action groups yet, do I? No, I don't. I mean, if isn't that the wrong way? I mean, I'm guessing the surface that I want to be using to brake is under here. So, actually, no, I see what you mean now, Grandel. As far away from the bottom as possible. So it would be like there. Because if I put him up on the command pod, it's going to be completely useless. Just because of the angle. If I put it like that, and actually kind of raise up the angle a bit, is it doing... Actually, if I lower the angle a bit, it should, hopefully... Ah, limiter. Okay, no, I want it that way. I wanted to point that way. Because basically, I want to try to use these air brakes to help me keep this heat shield pointed down. But... yeah, that's dangerous. Okay, so the underneath bit of that should not be what's pointing down. Should be more something like this. So if I give it like... I don't know, 53 degrees instead. Because I'm guessing that white surface is what's got to be pointing down, like towards the heat. rather than the inside of that. Burn the shield, not the Kerbals. Exactly. I'm guessing that's the shield and not the inside. So it would have to kind of be like that. Okay. You know, deploy back down. That's only for re-entry. That's not, I'm not trying to frickin' aero brake around Jupiter right now. And now I'm at 26 parts, so I can actually add a bit of extra power. I mean, I would turn it around. Normally the things would bend inwards again if it's too stressful. Not in this game, but in reality. Yeah, fair enough. I don't do with reality. What are you talking about? This is Kerbal. There you go. And then this. Just lower down a bit. Come on. There we go. That looks about right. That way I don't need clamps. Definitely don't want to fire all of these. I don't think I need to fire all of these at once. I could totally do that in separate stages. So I could have that. So that should fire there. That should fire there. Yeah, I still have enough power with just these two engines to be able to take off. And I'm at 34 parts out of 35. Nope, not that. Give me place. Nope, just want this thing to be facing where I want it to. And then, which ones am I ditching first? I should invert these stages now that I'm thinking about it. Because, considering, yeah, Rocket's going to be facing like this. So I'm going to want to keep these two for the later stage. And I want to ditch these ones first because I'm turning that way. Well, that way for you. So my axis of gravity turning is like this. So these are the ones that are most likely to collide with me and explode when I separate. No, I'm going equator this time. Well, not strictly equator, because we're going from actual Florida, which is not on the equator. So we don't have like an exact equator launch possibility here, just because of where the Space Center is. But I'm gonna get as close to it as I can. But for going equator, because of my rotation axis here, eastwards, yes. That should be the first engines that fire and the first engines I ditch. So that, and then these fire. So that fires, then this fires, then the middle one fires, then we re-enter. Good. That's 16 kilometers per second. If I don't get to orbit with that, I don't know what it'll take. Crew, cargo, switch editor. I deeply miss my action groups right now. Am I going to be able to deploy both of these at once? Because I'm so early on right now, I don't have access to action groups. Yeah, okay, if it counts as brakes, then I'll be fine. Should be automated on parking brake. I mean, I could test it on the launch pad. If I do that. Yeah, they deploy. They deploy. That should be fine. And with the angle, that should, you know, kind of... the way aerodynamics work, it should keep me pointing mostly the right way. Hopefully. Here we go. More problem with the lift of the air resistance. I mean, yeah, because I don't have any nose cones or anything. I had to cut down on the part count. So... okay, I'm gonna be going relatively vertical for the first stage here because these things can collide with me and explode. Which is, you know, in true Kerbal fashion, let's be honest. But... rather if it didn't happen. So we're just drifting this thing right now. Might get drag lift effects. Well, if it bleeds enough speed and I'm able to flip it back, or at least not explode, then it's done its job. Honestly. The right now, it's really just don't explode is the mission. I was able to separate without exploding. That is first stage accomplished. There we go. We're sticking to prograde now, and that way I should be able to reach orbit. Or at least I'm hoping for it. And if it explodes, fireworks, woohoo. Yeah, that's par for the course for this game, let's be honest. Yep, stage destroyed. Figured that would happen. No, what I want is my fuel. There we go. Okay, I've got an exit here. I'm going to make it to, let's say, 225. Just like that. It's not looking too bad. But yeah, as you can see, we're not strictly on the equator, so our orbit's going to be a bit wonky. And now I'm going to start leaning in a bit more aggressively here. Just to try to get some lateral velocity here. Try to round out the orbit as quick as I can. Re-entry time's going up. That means I'm doing something right. Does RSS come with different launch sites? I can build a whole, like you see all of these little red X's, I can actually build ground stations. So, some of these are going to be launch sites, some of them are going to be for ComNet. The ComNet connection points. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like the usual Soyuz launch site in in Russia is probably available to build, plus a couple of other stuff, but these things gotta need money. So... Okay. 466. Yeah, I am getting... quite the apoapsis right now. There we go. Yeah, long... I'm expecting this save to be... I'm expecting to be streaming this for quite a while. Let's just say it that way. But I'm going to be streaming this game only once a week, because that's just how my schedule is. I have put up a schedule on my Twitch channel, which is mostly accurate. So I have 4 different games that I keep rotating, plus another day that is going to be for whatever I feel like playing, or if I get sponsored, it's going to be for sponsored stuff. There we go. That looks like an orbit to me. Look at that. And I still have a decent amount of fuel to decelerate, so we should be able to do this without exploding. That'd be pretty great. Stage destroyed. Stage destroyed. Milestone orbit. Hell yeah. That's a 24 grand right there. Boom, boom, boom. Contract complete. Another 66. Fan-freaking-tastic. But yeah, so if you look over on my channel, you should be able to see the schedule. Did I actually put a panel for that? I hope I did. But yeah, I'm gonna be streaming this once a week, every Friday morning for a long time. Now, the thing I'm wondering is maybe, I'm wondering if I should try to do a flyby of Antarctica. Maybe even land there. I don't think I got enough fuel to pull that off, though. And I don't even have access to maneuver nodes yet. We're that early in the game. Yeah, normal would bring me north. I need to go anti-normal here. Yeah, that's straight south. But also... yeah, no, let's go. Let's time warp to the day side of the planet, because it's a lot prettier. I want to see what I'm doing. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, that's very pretty. That is very, very pretty. We're in orbit. We're made it to space. Florida ain't good for an inclination change. Yeah, I mean, because we're not on the equator, like in the base game, and also, because the moon is not on a flat orbit at all, compared to the rest of the solar system. Like, we have quite a lot of diverging orbits here. Haumea. Yeah, I've got some extra planetoids and things that have been... but we're gonna have to do a lot more inclination changes than we usually do in base Kerbal Space Program. So what I'm thinking here, if I really want to try to make that into... no, I'm not going to be able to make that into a polar orbit. I don't have enough fuel for that. So I think now, really, the only thing I could do is just point this thing retrograde. And start burning to try to figure out like a half-decent re-entry angle. every flight we had so far was suborbital, so I didn't really have a choice of angle. So I'm kind of hoping to be able to figure this out. I know that the atmosphere is 140 kilometers thick on this Earth altitude, Earth mod, I should say. So periapsis is what I'm gonna have to keep my eye on here. I'm thinking, let's make it like 100. Let's just make it like 100 straight and see how it behaves. Specifically with the air brakes. Yeah, I'm currently higher than the ISS, so let's bring it down to 100 kilometers and see how it behaves. It's very, very, very conservative. It's a very shallow angle. I might bounce back out of the atmosphere, and I'm okay with that, because that means I don't explode. And I still got a bunch of fuel to be able to brake myself if I need to. So, to the point I might legitimately be able to pull off a powered landing if I could keep this thing pointed in the right direction. I do drop saves and quick saves, as you might have noticed, but I'm not one to save scum, especially not in here. So if shit explodes, I'm gonna keep running with it. But this game being as old and unstable as it is, I drop safety saves very often, if only to mitigate crashes. Game crashes, not rocket crashes. Yeah. So, as we can see, we're coming back down. Flying right over Australia right now. And okay, yep. Atmosphere re-entry coming up. Whoa, that's prograde. That's not the way I want to be pointing. This is the way I want to be pointing. Right there. I mean, I might as well just deploy aero brakes right away. Try to make the best of it. And I had Mystery Go observation while flying at Earth, flying low. So I need to keep an eye here for flying low. Five science isn't great, but it's better than nothing. I kind of need every bit of science I can get right now. I am going to want to edit this bar a bit. There's some stuff that I'm probably going to want to hide. Like ET here, for the automatic science gathering, basically, it does experiments for me as I fly over things that are compatible. So that I don't have to do like manual crew reports and temperature reports and things. The only things that don't seem to trigger all that much are the like the mystery goo, because you have to reset it to be able to redo it. And same for the material study. Those I still have to run manually, but all of the others are automatic. And when it comes to like contracts and things, I still have to pay attention. All right, let's get all the way down. There we go. We're in atmosphere now, 140. God damn, this texture pack is pretty. Okay. We're still gaining speed right now, but we're very high up in the atmosphere. So I'm not surprised. I see my periapsis is very slowly coming down. So we are losing altitude. We're technically losing speed despite our orbital speed going up. We're losing max speed. Rotate horizontal for the air brakes. That would probably not be a bad idea if I do it something like this. Still have easy enough control over the spin for now, so. And honestly, that's kind of another idea I had was to see if I could have like a control surface of some kind to induce it to start spinning like this, but constantly, just from drag. Because inducing a spin into it would stabilize it and kind of force it to stay pointed in the right direction. I feel like it would help prevent flips, but that's a thing I would have to experiment with, and probably a thing I'm gonna want to experiment with on a probe core based ship rather than something with a crew. Just because, you know, G's and motion sickness and things. Yeah, we're not losing anywhere near enough speed. We're gonna bounce right out of the atmosphere if I don't burn. So, let's just burn. Yeah, we're definitely suborbital now. Do you have rotating hinges or stuff like that? Not yet. This is career mode. I need to unlock these parts first. Like rotors and hinges and things will come, but later. At much later tiers of research. Yeah, and I got a bunch of fuel here, so... And I'm considering I haven't ditched the engine yet. I'm actually a lot heavier than I usually would be for just re-entry with this and the little air brakes. So... 40 limiter air... Yeah. Because basically, the only thing I would really need to do would be to angle these air brakes just a tiny bit diagonal here, just to start causing a spin. Just that would be enough, I think, to get it started spinning as well as stabilize it. Yeah, it's only stiff rotated things like the air brakes themselves. So I would have basically to just slightly angle these. Like right now they're flat down. But if I angle these just a little bit, just a few degrees, would be more than enough at this kind of speed. I don't dare to physics warp too much right now. But because I burned, we're definitely going down. So... and I'm ditching that engine last second if I need to. Right now I'm quite... okay, it seems like we're going to be splashing down right on the other side of Florida. 2x2 on it, each deployable in pair. Yes, but right now I'm very limited by the amount of parts I'm able to put on the ship because my VAB's not upgraded yet. You see, that's kind of chicken and egg problem. I need more parts to get further out to get more research, but I need more research to upgrade my VAB to be able to put more parts on it. I am on part limit. This is career mode. I have a limit of 35 parts I can put on this thing right now. Until I upgrade the VAB, and then it goes up to, I think it's 255. And then the third stage is unlimited. But then you start getting limited by weight, which you have to upgrade the launch pad to support a certain amount of weight. We're doing a nighttime landing, so I don't even know if it's going to be I mean, from what I'm seeing, at this rate, we might land in the freaking Gulf of Mexico right there. Ciao. It's not fatphobic. It's really just that, well, we need to be able to support the weight. We need to be able to support the weight. We are overheating a bit, aren't we? No, there's some weight issues starting to show up. My mystery goo container is starting to overheat. I'd rather not. So let's just burn off some fuel here. Let's burn off some fuel, drop some speed, drop some weight. Might be able to splash down in the Pacific. That'd be... if I can actually got an option to splash down rather than land, that would be preferable. I mean, we're losing speed now because we're getting in the thicker part of the atmosphere. There we go. We're gonna let the engine absorb most of that. Those mystery goo containers are really not very heat resistant, aren't they? And that's still climbing. They're going to explode if I don't slow down faster. Good thing I kept a decent amount of fuel for re-entry. They're real divas. Yep. I'm not going to be able to recover that booster anyway. I might as well burn the rest of the fuel. And then ditch it. Off you go. Well, yeah, having that little, like, that slight little angle problem. That also tells me another thing, is that because these things overheat real fast, then what that tells me is looks like a big version ectoplasm reader from Ghostbusters. I mean, you're not wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if it was inspired by that. Okay, we're splashing down, because... But yeah, what that tells me is that these mystery goo containers, I should probably either... I mean, ideally, I would stick them in the service bay. Just so they're not... just so they're not exposed to the elements and the heat. If they're encased in something, then it should be fine. I really need to get the port counts up, though. Alright. This should be a fairly safe splashdown. At this speed, we're completely safe now, so... Okay. Always go back down to 1 speed when you hit the altitudes where the parachutes can deploy, because otherwise physics warp means I've seen parachutes rip off because I was going 4 times speed. So is clipping allowed, like, into the pod? I mean, technically the game lets me do it, but I'd rather not. Like, it feels cheaty to me. So I'd rather not do that. The game allows it, but I won't, to answer your question. There we go. Oh, I forgot to take that mystery goo reading while we were flying. Ghost Lagoon, once you get up the massive builds, that'll go out the window. Oh, Ghost Lagoon, you'd be surprised. Also, welcome. Hi. It's parts with visible empty space, maybe. Yeah, like... if the parts hitbox is a bit weird, and then I just move them to make it look good, then fine. But I'm not going to freaking clip a mystery goo container into like a fuel tank or a pod just to prevent it from overheating. That feels cheaty. Milestone, return to surface from orbit. Alright, cool. I need another 30 grand or so. But if I do the aviation research, and then I could go here and go to field research, grab that experiment here, that's another 30 grand or so. Yeah, on space plane builds, it's a little more acceptable. On space plane builds, it's a little more acceptable. Especially like clipping fuel tanks just to make it look cool. Like, yeah, that part's fine. But I'm not going to, like, re-entry protect things using parts that should not be used for that. Okay, I'll take that experiment thing. Let's just build ourselves a little... It's not really even going to be a plane. It's going to be more of a car thing. Just a little liquid fuel thing, wheels, a jet engine, and some science equipment. And I might need a Science Junior, actually. One of these. So just throw that on, barometer, thermometer. Yeah, just a science crawler to get all of the things around the, with or without canards. I don't even think I'm going to bother with canards, to be honest. Just the steerable landing gear right there and a couple wheels at the back and... Yeah, just a fake rover. Just to be able to grab all of the science around the Space Center. A little wonky, but that's good enough. It looks awful. And that's fine. I'm totally okay with that. Question, does that thing have an alternator? It does. Okay, good. We don't need extra batteries. Yeah, just fake rover here. I just want to gather as much science as I can around things. Air intake probably should be a thing. Yeah, air intake's gonna be an issue, isn't it? You're right. Crap. Do I even have radial air intakes? I hope I have them unlocked, otherwise I might be a bit screwed here. Small circular intake. Who needs air in space? Well, actually, with a jet engine, you kind of need air, sadly. And I don't want to go full rocket engine here, because that goes way too fast. And would be, hilarious, but a bit out of control. So... stick the intake on top. Yeah, it doesn't have any place to clip on, sadly. So I might have to improvise a little something here. Alright, I just need... Let's just have it like a tube. Structural. Just a little structural tube. Like that. Then I'm going to stick my science stuff on. Just like that. And then, just side couplers, and then I'm going to stick it, like, double engines. Like, yeah, there we go. Those two tiny tanks like that. And then I could stick the intakes at the front of that. Like this. Engines. There. And there. And then just stick the wheels on that. That should do pretty much what I wanted to. There we go. Yeah, making it a bit wider is also going to make it a bit more stable. I'm fine with this. So now at least the engines will have something to breathe with. I also may or may not have forgotten to even look at anything even remotely weight balance related. Just EVA out. Get back in. Seat. Yeah, Grendel, that's the kind of glitch this game loves to throw at you. I get it. Contract? Yeah, okay. So. I want to pin that one. There we go. Okay, so it's just mystery goo and then recover. I mean, I could do... So I need to do SPH. So let's go. Just this is very loud. Okay. So just need to go to the space plane building. Not even gonna turn until I'm... Oh, I've gone way too fast. The brakes are not very good on this thing, and I didn't know... I don't really need them to be. There we go. Just turn. What do you mean, brake and steering override? Right now, the only thing I want to do is just get there, mystery goo, recover 3 times in 3 different spots. I'm probably going to put in an extra mystery goo on because I'm going to do it a second time. Oh yeah, I mean, I could have done that, but right now, this thing, like, I'm going to throw in the trash as soon as this contract is over. Like, I'm not going to bother trying to, it's just, I went a bit fast. Like, I don't want to spend the extra time to start tweaking brakes and everything on this, where it's definitely going to go in the bin real soon. I'm just going to double that, because I have 2 more parameters to go, and I'd rather not have to... Yeah, just KSC and then tracking station. So, basically, I'm just gonna turn off the runway and head, like, towards the... like, beeline it towards the R&D section. Get a reading while I'm on my way there. I'm not very far in the tech tree, but I've also installed community tech tree mod, so the tech tree is a lot bigger than the base one. There we go. So that should be... That doesn't seem to have qualified as this. Okay, what qualifies as... No, not that. Just... Okay. What qualifies as KSC? I don't know. But there's one for tracking station, and there's one for the crawlerway in front of the launch pad. So I'm gonna go for that. And, you know, the R&D stuff, even though it's not part of the contract, I'm still getting science from it, so I might as well. I feel like I made a mistake. Oops. I mean, Clarence didn't die. You know. So, this is fine. It's fine. There's just a bit of debris in the R&D area. I mean, I drove over the edges, fair enough, but those are supposed to be roads. Like, I'm supposed to be able to cross these without any problem. Yeah, I'm gonna wait until morning to keep doing this. This is probably a good idea. Warp to sunrise. Just... There we go. Now I'm going to be able to actually see what the hell I'm doing. I'm going to go right back to the runway, and we're going to do it again. You know what? I'm gonna throw Alexei in there. He's So tracking station and the crawlerway in front of the between the VAB and the launch pad. And then the other bit is close to the tracking station. So, you know what? I'm actually going to go around. Rather than go down here, I'm going to go around on the other side of the on the hangar. Like, over here, near where the mission control is. Should be able to get something from the crawlerway and then over to the tracking station. What's the steering angle on the front wheel? I have no idea, as long as it gets me where I need to go. Okay, yep. I got some edges here, but as long as I'm not going too fast, it still seems to be behaving kind of the way I want it to. Yeah, these edges are not equal, which... I'm not even sure I got advanced tweakables, Grandel. Okay, so this... Yeah, this is the crawler way. So grab one in here. And then brake. Yeah, that one's done. Now let's go to tracking station. Then I might have to activate it in the settings, but I don't want to do it. I don't want to do this while I'm flying. I'll do it once after we recover. There we go, and And turn that way. Just need to get kind of close to the tracking station. And I don't dare to go much faster than 10 right now because of the explosion that just happened. Oh, KSC. Wait, it's here. That one counts. Okay, that's a tracking station, but that's KSC. So I could just... if I had a third one, I could have done it already. This is fine. This is fine. There we go. Brakes. Who built that road? Yeah, these bumps are nasty. Okay, so if I recover here, that should be 2 more parameters of that contract done. And then I'll do the last one on the tracking station. Yeah, this is giving me more science than getting to orbit. Like... and more money. As stupid as it sounds. So then I could just do it again. Now I just need to get to the tracking station without exploding. And I think I'm going to take the flat way around rather than go through all of these bumps like I just did. This feels like a... actually feels like a safer way to go around rather than through. You actually see the sunlight reflected on our Kerbal's face too. That's quite pretty. Brake, 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 brake. I don't dare to turn this thing faster than 15. Yep. Maybe even less. Okay, it seems like there's uneven edges even here too. Did you do all the science on the different buildings? I think I did. No, I didn't do all of them yet. I mean, I might as well revert to launch here. So, which ones have I not done? I've done R&D, because I drove through. I did SPH, because I drove through. I don't think I did the astronaut complex, so... because I thought there would not be any edges here, and I just wanted to finish that contract quickly. That's why I drove off. But... it's just as bad as in the KSC. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drive through the astronaut complex and the flagpole. That should give me a bunch of extra science. Mission control, the admin building, like all of that. I'm just going to kind of meander my way through there. But just make it there. Admin building, astronaut complex, flagpole over there. That should be a bunch of extra science. Going a bit fast. Okay. So they go like this. There we go. Astronaut complex. It's all gathering up. Flagpole right here. Yeah, any tiny bump, that front wheel is just instantly gonna blow up. And I think that's most of it cleared now, because I did mission control before when I went to the crawler way. I think, and I've done the launch pad before because the auto gathering stuff just happens on the launch pad itself. So there was a bit here. I was qualified as a KSC itself right before I got to the tracking station. You had to make a civil airline with that wheel. Oh, damn. Landing was a horror each time. No wonder. There we go. Grab that. Brake. Might as well grab a material study as well while I'm here. Boom. Recover. That should be contract complete, which should be a decent amount of money. There we go. 112 science now. And more importantly, 244 grand, which means, yeah, 255 part counts. I don't have enough money to build anything, but yeah, so the tech tree is a bit bigger. Slightly. Okay. 112 science. Space exploration. Yeah, there's a lot here. Oh, I'm not seeing the parts because I don't have this thing unlocked. But that thing is just survivability, so It unlocks a bunch of extra command modules, advanced flight controls. Okay. Alright. Let's start figuring some things out here. Inlight pinatas. Counts as a parachute. No, it's just that this thing is in particular, it requires enhanced. I mean, yeah, it doesn't really have any. That one's, I'm pretty sure, is the only empty node. The only two empty node is that little path here. Like, everything else has something. Recycling, maybe not, but what am I looking at right now? Okay. Those are ants. Cube tanks. For, okay, this is the satellite bit. Spark engines and things, okay? That could be useful. Fuel systems, fuel lines and things. Yes. I do like my fuel lines now that I have, you know, a bigger part count. Big old cargo container stuff, bigger fuel tanks. Okay. Yep, that's tempting. Advanced construction, that's just better decouplers. Pressurized crew tube. That's new. Okay. That's, yeah, structural tubes, hinges, rotor servos, flat adapter. Okay. Nose cones and connectors and things. All right. What else? Yeah, landing gears, parachutes, heat shields, landing struts. That's fine. Those are, I'm guessing, yeah, all of the K and K stuff. For storage, that's solar panels, I'm guessing. Lights. And antennas and solar panels. And then advanced flight controls is RCS thrusters. Okay. And a station core. Alright. And a Mark II command pod. Those station cores actually look pretty cool. Alright. I think I should have a look at the contracts I can get right now. To their destination and back. Suborbital flights. Okay. And an orbit. So the only thing I need to do is reach orbit and come back down. And that is 60 something grand. Three passengers. All right. And I had like a ton of fuel spare on that first orbiter we did. So and if I'm doing like just a tourism vehicle, I could ditch, well, all of the science equipment, really. So we'll save up on cost that way. Then I have like a crew cabin, extra crew cabin thingy. That one. Mark 1 crew cabin. It's a plane cabin, but no fucks are given. I'm not going to be able to take all three of them on the same flight if I do that, though. Then again, I still have science, so I might go for the bigger... Because right now I could just afford to launch this. And that's without... I definitely need more parachutes. So... And the air brakes would probably... Like if I throw the air brakes like that... And what I was thinking was maybe just like that. Just slightly wonky angle like that. That would induce a spin. That would be enough to induce a spin by itself. And that, I feel, might stabilize things quite a bit. It's going to, you know... That whole cabin is going to be nothing but vomit. But it would mean I would not explode, though. Alright. Like, just flying that into orbit should be... either that or it accentuates off balance. Yeah, that's... like, it's gonna go very right or horribly wrong. There's no in between here. But the other thing I'm thinking of, I'm just gonna save that. Okay, I'd prefer to be able to take all 3 of these turrets in a single flight, if I can help it. So... last time was very smooth. Could go for fuel systems and just build bigger. Or I go for space exploration, get an actual freaking hitchhiker can. But if I do that, that means I have to build a lot bigger and very likely a lot more expensive. I don't think I can afford to really build more expensive right now. There's just fuselage stuff. There was another thing here. Some of these. Pressurized crew tubes. There we go. And that whole thing gives me access to better... yeah, tricouplers and bicouplers and things. So... hold on. Is that just a tricoupler? Angle pressurized crew tubes. Okay, you can build some really wacky shit with this. Re-IVA pressurized crew... no, I just want to know the capacity of this thing and how big it is. Or is it just crew tubes, meaning it doesn't have any seats? That could also be a thing, isn't it? If it's just crew tubes, then I can't use that. And then I have to go to space exploration. If I look at this, Re-IVA, inventory part. No, give me the freaking window. There. Yeah, it doesn't... crew capacity 4. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. So, back to you. Well, look at this. It doesn't say crew capacity. So I'm guessing there's no seats. The other solution that I'm seeing would be to get a bigger command pod. There was something with the Mark II command pod that I saw earlier. Where is it? Miniaturization, it's definitely not in electrics. Flight control? It's in flight control. Mark II command pod, that gives me an extra seat. And RCS blocks. And bigger air brakes. We might be onto something here. Okay. Alright. I have an idea. It's a stupid idea, but it's an idea. So, we're going to do a Mark II right here. we're gonna go with a big old reaction wheel. Do I have anything that even remotely looks like an adapter? Like that. Gives me a bit of extra fuel. KSP loves stupid ideas. I agree. Then I get one of these. Crew cabins. And under here, I need a heat shield. That. So that would be kind of my payload. Because with this, that gives me an extra seat. So that means I could bring all 3 tourists. So you, and you. And I should have Alexei pilot that one just to get him to level 1. Ooh, and with the new VAB, I have access to action groups. Yes. Okay. And if we have a look at aerodynamics here, I have access to big brakes. Oh, this is very big. Might not need all of that. And now I do this. So, basically... Actually, just a little... Actually, I should put them up here. Like that. So when that deploys, with a bit less angle, like that... And as you can see, I've made them voluntarily slightly wonky. And the reason why I'm doing that is to create some kind of propeller effect. It's going to force a spin. Which should, in theory, prevent it from flipping. So that the heat shield can do its work. It's either that or it's going to spin so fast that it just disintegrates. It's going to be one or the other. But we're testing it. Have you ever saw Bormless Unfolded? No, I haven't. We're gonna have ads in just a minute, and I'm gonna need to refuel myself on top of refueling the ship. So I'm probably gonna step out, refill my coffee while the ads are running. Still got a few seconds ahead of me though, so. Now at this point, it's just about getting enough parachutes to land and strapping a bunch of rockets onto this thing. And keeping it under budget, mostly. For budget reason, we're gonna bring that down to 2 air brakes. Just realized that I need to keep this thing under budget. crap. That's gonna be fun. Alright, that should work. That should be fine, I think. Especially if these are lined up. So now I need a launcher for 10 grand that'll get me to orbit. Yep. That's the objective. What am I looking at here? I mean, I probably want one of these. Wow. Oh, I don't have a thicker version of these. They're fairly inexpensive, but... Actually... Now that I can handle the part count, it's not too bad. Oh crap, forgot. Oh. That needs to be this. And ads are running. All right, coffee time. We're back. All right. And the ads are done. Very sweet timing. So... let's see what we got here. Right now, yeah, that's 7,000. But with a few side boosters, this should do. This should do pretty nicely. So if I go for, let's say... I don't have any fuel lines yet, do I? No, I don't. So... something like this, and then fuel tanks. Yeah, the hitboxes on these fuel tanks are real weird nowadays. There we go. They're just a bit off. They're actually way off. When it comes to stacking them, at least. Okay, that looks halfway decent, so... Let's say I throw... That's a 105. These are 89s. 89s have a lot more thrust. 105s are more efficient. So I'll do 105s here. But I'll throw... I might throw 89s on the... on the other side. Yeah, I can't have fuel crossfeed through these decouplers. I was kind of hoping to asparagus that up, but it's not going to work. Oh, I can't even... It's not even the same type of fuel, so I can't even crossfeed it even if I wanted to. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to. Okay, so that goes there, that goes there, that here, that there. Parachute should fire at the same time as that decoupler. Unless I... Nah, I'm not gonna keep that separated. Just under budget right now. That brings me over budget. So that here is too expensive. Right. I mean, if I don't fly like a doofus, this is 10,000 Delta V. Like, it should be enough to get me to orbit and back. I just have to be very efficient in how I fly this thing. That's not a guarantee. Still gonna try it, though. Still gonna try it, though. Let's make sure we got everybody. Alexei, the 3 tourists, just need to get to orbit and back with these 3 and not explode. Alright, what do we got? Ooh, hold on. So, there we go. Yep, and there we go. Look at that freaking mustache, though. We got freaking Lemmy from Motorhead piloting this thing. Hell yeah! I haven't moved at all. I didn't hit anything except SAS on. So, I'm a little concerned that that the rocket is swaying right now. I'm guessing there's a bit of wind. That's what I'll go for. That's the excuse I'm gonna go for. We are also kind of not launching very fast. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Just seeing the amount of fuel I've burnt already, this is not gonna be enough. This is not gonna work. We're gonna have to... I mean... There's only one solution at that point, isn't it? It's gonna have to be SRBs. I mean, thumpers will get me there for damn sure. It's actually less Delta V, surprisingly. It's also cheaper. I might want to try to look for more efficient engines. But take you out. And put just an 89 in instead. Although I would need to switch these tanks back to liquid fuel and oxidizer. Nine 115. I mean, it's gonna... Oh, wait. That should be here. Okay. 10.2, and it's a lot more thrust away, so... I'm gonna get quite a bit more oomph. Gonna be a lot harder to fly, but hopefully, I mean, I should have the budget to add winglets if I need to. Here we go. I mean, right now, it is surprisingly cooperative. Yeah, we're leaving the atmosphere already. .345 is my apoapsis right now. Just gonna wait until... Just gonna wait until I'm out of the atmosphere. So I don't have like air resistance to prevent me from and now I'm gonna boost straight to that way. As flat as I can be. As flat as I dare. And I'm even sacrificing some height here for extra speed. Because a 370 is plenty high enough. Like, I'm fine. This is not enough. This is not enough for a full orbit. I don't feel like it's going to be enough. It might be. I forgot to attach a Kerbal Engineering chip. Okay. What if I wait until I'm a bit higher? Less gravity. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Okay. Back to the assembly. So. What was the part count? What do you mean at max? At max what? What's that symbol? I'm not entirely sure what that symbol is. My part count is low enough because we've upgraded the VAB. Now, the part count is not the problem. Now, the budget is the problem. Because I'm basically broke because I spent all of my money upgrading the VAB so we get a higher part count. But now I have to do this mission on the very, very cheap. So the part count was not really the issue, is getting under budget. That is the problem. So the last one I launched was just under the 19 grand that we have. But it wasn't super efficient. I'm trying to build something that's a bit more efficient and a bit cheaper. Because I had those bigger, these bigger fuel tanks here. They're 139 credits a pop, but they don't contain all that much. They're quite small. So what I'm thinking here is a lower stage of these two here, of that as a lower stage, maybe like 2 or even 3 of these, and then have a higher stage with a Terrier, which should take me, like, that's 5,000 Delta V by itself as an upper stage. So if I do some like this and then stick a decoupler under, TD12, and then do I have the, I don't have the yeah, I don't have the tri-stack. If I had the tri-adapter thingy, that's what I'd be using right here. But because I don't, making this thing higher feels like it's gonna just make it more unstable. It's gonna, the longer you make this thing, the more it's gonna want to flip. But I go for a tri setup like this, that puts me right under budget. And then I'll have to fix up the staging a bit, but... These are 89s. Hold on. That's a ton of thrust. I don't want an 89 on that middle stage for sure. Actually, I don't want an 89 on any of these. I want 105s. Lot more efficient. Bit less power, more efficient. Yeah, boosters are normally cheaper, and I agree. In this case, from what I'm seeing with this tri setup and the upper stage on the on a Terrier, I'm getting just under budget. Right now, I'm at 16 grand out of 19. And if I'm able to get to orbit and back with this thing without exploding and everybody surviving, then I'm gonna make like 60 to 80 grand on that contract. So I could check. No, not that. If I just take out that external assembly. Actually, you know what? That should be a sub-assembly for now. I'm using these a lot. So let's just drop that in a sub-assembly. That's a 2-tank. That's a 2-tank LVT-45 side booster. There we go. Bam. And if we go back to parts, no, not action, parts. And throw radial decouplers again. I'm gonna go back on the 3 setup. I'm gonna move that over. And then look at, let's say, hammers or thumpers. Thumpers are really expensive, actually. They're 2 grand per booster. So they're a lot more expensive than this side assembly, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that gets me... That's more expensive. That's just about the same amount of Delta V from what I'm seeing. The biggest difference between this versus what I just built with that other setup, get a tiny bit more Delta V, a lot more thrust to weight. Because if I look at this, gonna lower that down. Because right now that's 11,745 with this setup. And then if I take that out and then put that one back in, that's 12,369. I get a bit more. The difference is my thrust to weight is a lot lower with this current setup. But I could go longer. I got more Delta V, and with the little Terrier stage up top here, that's 5,000. Like, that's 4,000. Just that. So as long as I can get it there, I should be fine. And this little setup here is actually cheaper. And if I start doing some like that, yeah. So I'm gonna go for the liquid fuel setup just because it's a bit cheaper, it's a bit more Delta V, I lose out a bit on thrust to weight, but it's still at almost 2.5, so I should be able to handle it. One thing I am a bit concerned about is maneuverability at low altitude when we're just launching. Because this is extremely phallic. The next money income mission is tourism. Basically, bring 3 tourists to orbit and back, which is why I built it like this. Because I got 2 seats in the command pod, 2 seats in this thing. I got the 3 tourists, stick them in there. It's going to give me like 60, 80 grand. So, as long as I could fly that, orbit, come back, it should, I should make a pretty decent profit. I'm going to throw some AVR-8s on that lower stage here just for a bit of extra maneuverability. Yeah, I'm still under budget. That's 18 grand out of the 19 that we have. And I got plenty of Delta V, plenty of power. Yeah, that's my first, like... That's my first tourist orbiter. So... There we go. Elixir and the 3 tourists are in there. Let's go. Oh. Physics, please, cooperate. Alright. Suborbit tourism is actually pretty good. I'll grant you that. I didn't think about it. Alright, here we go! Yeah, good thing I put these winglets on, because I felt this thing stabilize almost right away, thanks to the winglets. Okay, I want to gain some height before I start turning more than this. And because our thrust to weight isn't incredible, I can't afford to be all that aggressive with the gravity turn right now. The skewed air brakes are either going to be hilarious or catastrophic. There's no in between. Alright, we're getting at the decent height now. I can afford to turn a bit more aggressively. And I'm mostly sticking, like, just a bit more aggressive than prograde in terms of my turn right now, so... Oh yeah, we got Lemmy from Motorhead piloting this thing. Like, nothing can go wrong. Okay, we've got atmosphere exit and about 2,000 Delta V already. There we go. Apoap's at 225 right there. And that's just on the first stage. So... that is not horrible. That is not horrible at all. Ads are running right now. I'm just going to wait until I'm out of the atmosphere. And then we're going to wait up on the ads. just gonna take advantage of that, rehydrate, caffeinate. And stretch a bit. I kinda need a stretch. Oh, goddamn. Alright. Yeah, we're out of the atmosphere, so I'm just gonna pause here. I got a minute of ads still running, so let's take advantage of that. I also have... Yeah, I could refill that. There we go. If we resume here, do we have a third mustache? Is a big that's a big concern of mine. No, it is not another mustache, sadly. All right. All right, let's turn this thing. I think it's time to burn pretty aggressively eastward. Yep. Go. First stage done. Very pretty separation, too. Very, very pretty separation. I am barely gaining time on the re-entry timer right now. Which is why I'm angled a bit towards the sky to keep gaining a bit more height. Because I've got a pretty efficient engine, but it's not very powerful. We're gonna make it, though. Oh, pretty. This is not going too badly. Alright, there we go. Can even flatten that a bit more. There we go. Now we're gaining proper speed. That can fire here. That line is moving pretty much exactly where I wanted to. Ditch that. Next engine. Here we go. That's my little Terrier stage now. Well, we're high enough. We're 300 kilometers up, so... Gravity is less of an issue. And we're coming along quite well on this burn. It's a long-ass burn, but... still gaining time on the re-entry, so that means I'm accelerating fast enough that it's going to be fine, and I got plenty of fuel. So that should get me to orbit pretty safely. pretty easily. Ever use Fizz Warp on those long burns? I have, and shit exploded. So, I've learned my lesson. Okay, I'm just gonna wait. There we go. Right there. Then we go right back to burning again. Actually, I'll go straight on prograde. I don't need to go straight east. I just need to go faster. Yep, almost. There we go. That's an orbit. I just need the orbit to be out of the atmosphere. There we go. Made it to orbit, and I still have half a tank of fuel. This is good. So, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to wait basically a full orbit. Because I would much rather do the re-entry on daytime rather than nighttime. So I'm just going to wait for like half an orbit or so. We're going to slow down when we're on the night side so that we can re-enter on the daytime side. Right over Africa. So, about here-ish. That looks about right. Then I'm going to go for this here, and we're going to burn back down until I have a periapsis of 100 was a bit too shallow on my test I did before. Actually, was it too shallow or was it too steep? Because I did have some stuff that was about to overheat, but it was the mystery goo canisters, which I don't have now. So, what I know right now is nothing. So I'll just do 100 again. I'll just do 100 again and then figure out if that works. Everybody's having a grand old time. Look at that. Can actually just hang out there. You want to see it spinning? Yeah, that's going to happen soon enough. Don't worry about that. So we're just going to... all the way to re-entry. That was quite the time warp. That was a very pretty time warp. I might clip that. There we go. Spin that thing to retrograde. And now the moment of truth. Is it gonna spin? Like I hope it will. And even more importantly, is it gonna spin and not explode? I have a pretty strong feeling that it might. I'm very much inviting the Kraken right now. I'm inviting the spaghettification. I'm still at 162, so we're gonna go all the way down to 140. But from what I'm understanding, it should help it self-stabilize up to a point. Until I hit enough air for it to start spinning, yeah, because right now I'm not even seeing my apoapsis go down, so there's not enough air resistance at this altitude yet. Just waiting. Probably it's probably going to start hitting at around 125-ish, maybe a bit lower. Okay, I'm starting to lose height on the apoapsis, so there we go. Point this thing right there. SAS off. Kind of having to wrestle it back into place. It's not spinning right now. I was really hoping that it would. Okay. I'm gonna put SAS back on just to keep it pointed where I want it to for now. Because, yeah, I have that, and then I have that. Hold on. Yeah, it should. Because I got an angle there and an angle there, so it's on the same axis. It should. I could burn the fuel now. Force a steeper entry. I'm not going to be able to recover that tank anyway. I might as well. I'm going to bring my... Yeah, I've just brought my periapsis down to about 40 kilometers. So we're going to hit a lot more air. And I'm going to fizz warp until we're below 100. I think. So with this current setup, it feels like 100 might have been too shallow of an entry. Yeah, at the speed, like, at the rate I'm losing speed right now, even at 4 times fizz warp, I would have just bounced right out of the atmosphere if I didn't have that engine. I'm not even sure if I'm... periapsis right now is at 33 kilometers and slowly going down. Because I burn a bit of fuel. It was, you know, I had set it at 100 for first entry, but... Whoa! Okay, yep, camera spinning. There we go, we're officially suborbital. Location distance, that's not information I have right now because I forgot to attach Kerbal Engineer to this ship. Just saw a thing. Yeah, 440 terabytes of data per day. I'm not particularly surprised, TalkTech. I really want to see this thing spin. But not that way. I want it to roll. I don't want it to flip. I mean, right now, I don't even have access to see apoaps and periaps on my orbit, Grendel, because I don't have enough research done. I need to upgrade the tracking station for that. The joys of career mode. You gotta eyeball everything. See, because, like, even the period and everything, that's locked right now. Closest point, yeah, it's eyeballable, kind of. And we're officially suborbital, so... I mean, it's probably going to be on the night side. Because, yeah, we're just about to fly over Africa. Yeah, I'm guessing we're going to splash down in the Indian Ocean at this rate. Either that or we're going to land in southern Africa. Also, my playlist seems like it's done with. Let's start another one, shall we? There we go. Same artist, just different playlist. That's much closer to India than Africa, but it's still going to keep coming down. So it's either going to be splashing down in the Indian Ocean or we're going to land in Africa. Unless I burn. If I burn, we can splash down the ocean in like the west coast of Africa. But I kind of want to test out without burning if I can help it. I think that if I ditch this, if I decouple this right away, and I will, so that way I drop quite a bit of inertia, because that's the heaviest bit of the ship by quite a bit, because there was a lot of fuel still in that tank. So if we're going to start spinning, I think it's going to be pretty soon. It's just trying to flip. It's just trying to flip again. Can I start it like that, maybe? Because it would spin that way. So but if I do that, it doesn't stay on its axis. I was hoping it would self-stabilize and keep pointing retrograde, but I keep having to fight it back into place. Unless I manually start spinning it at ridiculous speed. Something like this. So yeah, 2 doesn't give me enough control surface to get a spin going. It does spread out the heat when I keep SAS on and spin it, though. But it amplifies, like, if it's even slightly off axis, it doesn't self-stabilize right now. So either I gotta do it at a more aggressive angle, it's either I need to have more to get more surface, or I need the angle of the surfaces to be steeper. Because right now I've only given it a couple degrees. I could give it more. And if I give it more, then it might cooperate a bit more. Probably both. Spinda. We finished Breath of Fire, so I gotta play something else. I should find a way to post my streaming schedule on YouTube. I've got it on Twitch because it has the UI for that, but on YouTube it doesn't really have that. Maybe I would have to kind of pre-create a bunch of live stream events. But right now, I've got 4 different games I'm going to be playing on stream every week. It's going to be a rotation that's going to happen every week. So Friday's going to be Kerbal. Yep, okay, I'm doing flips now. Come on, get back into place. No. Crap. It's still doing absolutely everything but what I want it to do. Can I rip out the air brake? I mean, I might as well at this point. It's gonna break very quickly at that angle. It might explode. But hey, we're losing speed. The heat shield is doing, well, nothing, but we're losing speed. Air brake is now right. I mean, yes, Grendel, but that doesn't look like heat-resistant material. That's my issue with it. The inside of it should not be... But in terms of angle, yes, you're right. Okay, we're slow enough. Can I flip again? No. So it's at this height and this kind of resistance. Once we get into that part of the atmosphere, I'm guessing is when... Yeah, but even then, like, even at that angle, we're not spinning. So... I can just retract these now. Yeah, it's just reopening without really wanting to. I mean, spin yeah, slowing descent is the biggest issue. I still had, this is an experiment though. I was hoping to induce a spin with these, using them as kind of control surfaces, maybe wings or something, to see if I could induce a rolling spin to prevent it from, I see. We're not losing speed fast enough. So, we're now very deep. In basically in the Mariana Trench, or just about. Oh, I splashed down at ridiculous speed, but we survived. Any landing. The parachute's never deployed. We should not have survived that, but I'll take it. Just a little hypersonic splash. Nothing. I was hoping to do kind of a corkscrew just just so it could stay pointed the way I wanted to stay pointed, to induce stability via spin. So that the heat shield could do the work that it was supposed to do rather than have the nose pointing down. But it flipped on me and it didn't work. I did just make a lot of money off of this. There we go. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah. Contract completes, contract completes. I'm now up at 140 grand instead of the 19 grand we had to do the last launch from. Oh, what do we have yet? I could do a 5 tourist flight. 5 tourist orbit flight. Not getting scientist guild means you get the contract by default. Yeah, there's that. That contract I still have to complete. I need to do a mystery goo observation in low flight. Because I forgot to do it last time. What else? Research Advancement Division. What is that? Earth Desert. Leftover experiment. Oh. Oh, that's easy. Collect science. Landed material study recover on the launch pad. And that's like 200 grand. Frickin' gimme. Thanks, Manda. Thanks, man. Thanks, Grendel. Just thanks for hanging out. I'm glad you showed up. I am glad you showed up, and I hope you have a good day. Oh, these are like texture. I could retexture and draw mustaches and things. Which is pretty hilarious. So, we've got 181 grand in our pockets. What's the next step? Well, the next step is probably going to be either even more people. Either I bring more people into orbit and try to grind money that way. Which I kind of probably should. So that is, yeah, 5 tourists to orbit. That's 3 tourists to orbit and back. So we just did that. I could take that again. That's another 90 grand. Ah, yeah, I should complete that first. So Let's just build a quick little thing here. Because I need a mystery goo while flying low, plus material study. So, just gonna do something super simple. Could even do it in a probe. Let's do it in the probe, just for the sake of building something a bit different. I could throw like a small reaction wheel, and then one of these. Wow, no, not that one. One of these. Wow, definitely not that one. Just one of that. Honestly, I don't really need more than that. Actually, just like that. I need material study. I need mystery goo. So if I throw like just a couple of mystery goo containers like this, or actually just one on the top, I should be able to protect it from the heat mostly if I keep it there. And then I don't need to be flying very high. I just need... It says while flying low. So as long as I'm off the ground... As long as I'm off the ground, I'm fine. So... like... couple parachutes. Single fuel tank. Single engine. As long as I have a thrust to weight ratio of above 1, which I do, because this thing weighs nothing. Then everything's good. So, just like that. Let's launch this thing. So I got to do material study on the launch pad, and then the mystery goo while I'm flying. So that'll be very, very quick. So one of these, boom, done. So that should be one part. And then, yeah, Earth flying low. So... why does it say no? I've definitely got SAS. That's a reaction wheel. I guess we don't have a reaction wheel. Fuck it. There we go. Done. That's all I needed. Was just get off the ground, do the mystery goo. That's it. And then we land back down. Simple as that. I would like to... might as well check while we're here. I don't need the experiment tracker here. It should always be on. So, that's fine. What is this? BWB, resonant orbit, stage recovery. Yeah, okay. That's actually that one that I want to take out. There we go. And we just land back down. Poop. There we go. Off. So that's a contract. And that just gave me quite a lot of money. Yeah. That was 200 grand right there. Bam. on a very, very, very simple flight. And for these, yeah, I could redo another orbit. I could redo orbital study. High in space. Okay. But what is considered in space high in this mod? I don't even know what kind of altitude I need to reach for this. That contract is one we know we can easily do. So let's take that. It's going to be a good amount of okay. Complete the training course with Clarence Parker. I could have Parker. Oh, that's just okay. That's not even it. That is paying to get Parker some training. I'm not gonna do that. Any experiment from the moon. Okay. Place a relay satellite around the moon. Don't really have anything for relay right now. I've only got that, like, that Sputnik probe core is really crap. I need more science before I can think of doing that. Actually, let's have a look at the VAB. Maybe we can build a little something. Because if it's just a little probe, it doesn't need to be... Also, why is there... Hold on. Why do I have the in-game music right now? I'm pretty sure I muted that. I shouldn't have the in-game music right now. Why do I have the in-game music? Yeah, it's at 0, but I had it while I was in the VAB. What the hell? Okay. I also wanted to check for the... Advanced tweakables. There we go. Double-click mouse look. That's the thing I tend to use a lot. Stay Putnik was in all SAS modes and all probe cores. Yeah. And yeah, the Stay Putnik is literally the only probe core I have right now. So if I decide to go for like a comm relay around the moon, this is definitely not ideal, but I don't have enough science to... I don't have enough science to buy anything else right now. I've only got 20 science or so, and I'm at the 90 kind of tier. Yeah, 45 for just extra survivability, and then that tier is 90. And it goes all the way to 10,000 up there for ultra high energy physics. And I'm thinking probably... I mean, electrics. Yeah, I'm gonna need some solar panels and some... I'm gonna need to unlock electrics before I can start thinking of building probes. Because... Should be... Yeah, there's a probe core. There's an octo right there. So that's the next step. If I want to start building probes, I need electrics research. And I need an extra 60 science for that, 61. Which will give me a bunch of spotlights, a better antenna, a probe core, some basic solar panels, and a big old battery bank. Without that, building a probe is basically unthinkable. So let's do another flight here from the tourist orbiter. Because we know it works. And it works on the cheap too. But that corkscrew setup I was hoping for is not working. So either I go with 4 of them, and skew them like a bit more, like that. Like, I'd be very surprised if that doesn't cause a spin. But I'm starting to think that this corkscrew idea is probably not great. So I'm just gonna go for straight up air brakes. Just, you know, drop as much speed as we can kind of business. And I'm also going to throw one of these. Just the one. Engineering system. Thermometer. Barometer. Can actually afford it. Nah. I'm not gonna do like the active experiments here. Just want the passive ones from the experiment tracker to keep triggering. Should help. This should help a bit with drag. Or I start using these like basic fins. But the problem is the basic fins are always there, so I would also get that spin on takeoff, on liftoff, which I am pretty sure I don't want. I'd like to be able to point the thing where I want it to go, so I could throw some landing struts on this thing. They might overheat and explode. But if we don't splash down... If we're not lined up for a splash down, I might be able to do, like, an actual landing. It'll be a lot more stable than trying to balance on the frickin' heat shield. Alright. That is not the crew I wanted. That's not the crew I wanted at all. I don't know why it did that, but... The tourists should be in there, and right now they're not. Lance, get the hell out of there. Laura, yeah, there we go. And here we go. Oh, and now that Clarence is high enough level, I'm going to be able to SAS lock onto prograde when I want. That's going to be quite useful. And a lot more efficient. There we go. Just lock on there and keep burning. Go. Don't really need the orbit stuff because I've got it up here. Go 250 kilometers. I could have gravity turned a lot more aggressively than this, but I had plenty of fuel to come back. I can afford to be slightly inefficient. There we go. We're just out of atmosphere now, so I'm going to wait until we get about to there. And now we start going full lateral. That was pretty. I always like the triple booster separation. I don't know why. I think it looks great. Ooh, I'm actually losing time on the re-entry, so I need to gain a bit more height. Would have been a bit too aggressive with the turning here. I'll point this thing a bit more to the sky. Need to gain some altitude here. Might have waited too much before I started burning, too. They'll teach me for having to eyeball things. We're gaining good speed. I'm not that concerned right now. There we go. I can now go a bit more lateral, and now we're gaining time. Good. That means we're accelerating fast enough. There we go. Gimbal compensating real hard for that. Oh. Okay. Ditch that. Keep going. Point this thing just a bit up. I'm not gaining that much time right now over here. So that means I need to gain a bit of height. Yeah, I'm still below 300 kilometers in apoapsis, so this definitely qualifies as low orbit. I am wasting a bit of fuel doing that, but I got plenty. SFS Gamer, good morning. Actually, good afternoon. It's just past noon here. There we go. Just point this thing prograde. And now we get to orbit. Yeah, and now we've hit the point where we're gaining so much speed that we're basically guaranteed to get to orbit unless I run out of fuel. It's 1 a.m. for you. God damn. Well, good morning then. That means you have like 13-hour difference with me. That puts you like in Asia? India? Something like that? Maybe even further than that. No, if it's 1 a.m. for you, it's just past noon for me. So it's a 13-hour difference. It's not 13 hours. Like, it's not 1 p.m. for me. All right, we made it to orbit. These tourists are happy. They just gave me a whole lot of money. I live in Canada. Eastern Canada. Shanghai. All right. Yeah, that explains. That explains. But now I actually... This is going to be a lot easier because I can point the SAS at retrograde now because my pilot is good enough. Friggin' musketeer looking beautiful bastard. Look at him. Look at him. What a beauty. I would much rather, again, do the re-entry on the day side of things. So, right there. Then we bring that down. Let's say 100 was too shallow last time. I almost bounced out. So let's do 85. Can I watch my live on YouTube? Why? Is there a problem? Am I having issues? Because right now I'm not seeing particular problems, and I don't want to be pulling the kind of bandwidth I would need to run both the stream and watching the stream at the same time. Trying to keep a hand on the bandwidth side of things. I'm not seeing problems. Am I dropping frames? I mean, OBS tells me I'm not dropping frames. Chow just with greeting our Shanghai friend. Morning, JD. Don't see anything funky. Yeah, but I'm keeping an eye on chat. I'm not sure what you're trying to ask for, SFS Gamer, right now. It's kind of hard for me to be able to accept your whatever you're asking because I don't understand what you're asking. Also, good morning, JD. Hi. Alright, it's going to be a re-entry 80 kilometers. With a bit of luck, we're going to splash down in the Gulf of Mexico here. You live in Shanghai, but you're Filipino. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Cool. I'm just glad you're hanging out here, dude. Okay. Stage destroyed. Yeah, that's just one of the boosters I dropped earlier, so that's fine. Everybody's having a grand old time. Look at them down there. There we go. There we go. Time to deploy the air brakes. And now what I'm going to do is we're just going to time warp forward a bit. I'm going to wait until the engine's about to overheat. Keeping an eye on the heat percentage here. And yeah, as I expected, these little landing legs are what's catching most of the heat right now. I mean, SFS, you're not the only one watching. You're the only one talking. Yes, but there's also people on Twitch. And I now have a bot that relays both chats to each other. So when people speak on Twitch, you're going to see it over on YouTube and vice versa. Hi. We're down to about 100 kilometers, and right now, I mean, we're losing altitude at a pretty decent pace right now, so I might just be able to aerobrake that one. Because I'm not used to playing this mod at all, I'm still testing the limits of what I can do. What's safe and what's not. I'm losing altitude, but I'm not losing... I'm not losing much speed, so... And we are just... Yeah, we're flying over California now, which is right there. Now we're over Mexico, or just about the border. I don't feel like I'm losing altitude fast enough, though. I did not intend to ditch that engine. I fat-fingered my spacebar. But I guess it'll have to do. I do have the advantage of being able to point this thing at retrograde and just spin at ridiculous speed. Without going too out of whack. Which means I can kind of spread out the heat. Which might be what I need to do here. Yeah, because I'm seeing the heat percentage go down as soon as I start spinning. This crew cabin is going to be nothing but vomit at the moment we land. It's the only way I can prevent overheating, though. Because I ditched the engine too early. I hit the spacebar when I didn't want to. I might legitimately bounce back out of the atmosphere here. I might have been too shallow still. I mean, Periaps is now dropping quite quickly. No, this might be a landing, but I might actually land back in Florida. We're suborbital now. There is a non-zero chance I land back in Florida. Oh, yep, nope. Overheat, spin. There we go. Oh, we are, yep. The spin has to be constant now. Because otherwise, the landing legs are overheating very quick. It doesn't stabilize, so I have to kind of tap it and then let it come back down and then tap it again. I am using a ridiculous amount of electricity just for that. Just to keep it stable as I'm spinning and stabilizing. But I think we're doing it. No, I think I'm gonna splash down in the Atlantic on the other side of Florida at this rate. I kind of have to keep spinning because otherwise it's overheating and then the landing legs might explode. Which could be hilarious, but also keeping the spin going just to survive is... It's pretty funny. This is Raven engineering at its finest. Oh crap, yeah, you could see that heat bar going up real fast as soon as I stop spinning. Problem is, I have to slow down the spin so I could line back up. We're losing speed, though. I'm just hoping we lose enough speed to be able to deploy the parachutes. So my idea of spinning for stability as well as losing speed is not really working. It spreads out the heat, but other than that, it doesn't do any help. If anything, it prevents me from losing speed because I'm now more aerodynamic from the corkscrew effect. There we go. This is Florida. Probably gonna land on it now, so I really want these landing legs to survive. As long as I keep the timing right to prevent these from exploding, I should be fine. This is fine. Okay, no, we're gonna splash down on the other side of Florida. But hey, at least it's actually, it keeps pointing the right way because the reaction wheels are working enough. Yeah, bye JD. Oh no! Oh crap! It flipped. Yep, it flipped. So now shit's exploding. Cool. Yep. Thank you. Thanks, game. Uh-oh. I think we have problems. Yeah, problems. Big problems. Crew members are still on. I think our science equipment exploded. Pretty sure that's the science equipment that just blew up. Would it be possible to, you know, get down to a speed where I could deploy the parachutes, please? My landing legs are gone. My science equipment is still kind of there, but kind of not. I lost the thermometer. It just went right off the scale. I also would... Yep. Slightly suboptimal. Yeah, that's a good term. Tactic. That would be the scientific appellation for our current situation. No, I don't want the manifest. Stop. It's optimal if it lands. True. We're looking like we're going to splash down at this rate. And, I mean, we did pull off a splashdown without parachutes earlier today. So, this is relatively safe. And if it isn't, it's only carbon. Yeah, I mean, it's technically Earth, but yeah. My heat shield is almost gone. The ablator on it is... Ooh, wow. Okay. Parachutes? Yeah! Okay, we're safe. Now we're completely safe. Soon as we could throw these out without them ripping off. That's the point where we're safe. Everything's fine. Just lost a few pieces along the way. We're fine. There we go. Stroke shoots deploy. And then we keep going. And then the big parachutes deploy right here. There we go. And then splashdown. I don't want to be doing physics warp at the points where the parachutes actually deploy. Yeah, we're at 7.5 now, so we're fine. It's just the very point of transition when where the parachute inflates. If I'm doing physics warps at times 4, sometimes the parachutes can rip off. So, I just didn't want that to happen. Yeah, some of these components can actually handle more than 10. The ship manifest UI is still showing up, and it's bugging me. Okay, we made no science, but a lot of money. Just kind of what I need right now. Because that means I could start upgrading things, like mission control. Bam! And then tracking station. Bam! And now I should have access to maneuver nodes thanks to that. Am I going for this? Yeah, being able to do EVAs and flags and things. That's going to be a lot more science coming in. We're back down to 163 grand. But we're now at a point where we can start taking missions that are pretty lucrative. We have enough parts to be able to build some stuff. And we're going to be able to afford like one big launch. Might go for the moon. Might go for like a moon pass. A low moon orbit pass kind of thing. And then just come back. But that is not going to be for today. Because I'm seeing what time it is. And it's time for me to wind down and raid out. Just as ads are about to play. But yeah, I'm going to start looking for a friend to raid. I think this is a good moment. So, let's see here. Who do we got? Who do we got? Do I have a friend currently streaming? I definitely have a friend currently streaming. It has to be. It has to be. Yeah, Jay streaming, as usual. I might as well just... get the chain going as we tend to do. So let's go see Jay. He's still annihilating zombies right now. And it's a lot of fun to watch. Say hi to him for me. Thank you very much for hanging out today. Take care. And goodbye.